growing excitement throughout the day, and now the big kick-off is near. It's anyone's guess who'll come out on top in this colossal game, but a thrilling encounter can practically be guaranteed. Stay tuned, we'll have all the action for you live from the Bernabeu here on EA TV. And the floodlights are shining down on the players here in the Spanish capital of Madrid. We're at the Bernabeu. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player, Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Real Madrid against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Let's dissect the Real Madrid side. Thibaut Courtois begins in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Federico Valverde plays alongside Aurélien Tchouameni in the centre of midfield. And the main threat in attack today should be Kylian Mbappe. And the PSG team looks like this. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Now what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? Opportunity, but can't avail himself of the chance.
Well, he'd be disappointed with that. Maybe it's just come a bit too early for him.
Federico Valverde. Vinicius Junior. It needs an accurate cross. Good use of the ball, but can they trouble the defence? Rodrigo. Tchouameni. Can he finish? He's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. Dembélé. Dembélé. Now he must favour the cross. Makes the move to the inside. Giving it a try. In it goes! The opening goal in this contest. Rudiger. Now with Bellingham. Valverde. Tchouameni. Here's Mbappe. Rudiger. Federico Valverde. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. And ball back with PSG now. Mendes. Here's Marquinhos. Nuno Mendes. Fabian. Good-looking sequence. Will he play it in? Good use of the ball as they look to extend their lead. Fabian. Takes the shot. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Fabian. Swift ball into the area. Well, they can bring it out now. That is how to apply the pressure. Jude Bellingham. Fine work from Paris Saint-Germain to win the ball back. Dembélé. Fabian. Dembele. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence. Federico Valverde is with Vinicius Junior. Bellingham. Rodrigo. Just couldn't get it through. And just missing the target.
Well, they're at least making chances. Now they need to be more clinical.
Pereira. Vitor Pereira. Minge. Well, it's a very attractive passing sequence. Options in the middle. Dembele. Dembele! And you've got to credit that magnificent piece of defending. Vinicius Junior. As though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Who can he pick out? Real chance. And danger still. And at the second time of asking, it's a goal. The keeper, meanwhile, looks to the heaven. So the second half is underway, and really it was a dizzying performance from Paris Saint-Germain in the first 45. Marquinhos. Fabian. Minge. Here's Marquinhos. Pereira. Now with Hakimi. Dembele. Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. Vinicius Junior. And blocked there. Trying his luck. Oh, a smart stop. Can he deliver it with accuracy? And defensive play to be applauded. Dembele. Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. Could cross it in here. Promising possession, this. Just the challenge that was required. Plenty of support here. Oh, he's gone for goal. And off the post. Delivering it. Well, off target in the end, and that'll be a goal kick.
Well, I think the defender just about did enough there, but that was a chance.
And intercepted it. Valverde. Marquinhos. And Fabian. Minge. Dembele. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Kylian Mbappe. Oh, big chance! And oh, it's in! We cannot declare this contest over. They still believe. So the game continues, and that goal puts a different complexion on the match for Real. Fabian. Minge. Pereira. Oh, nice ball over the top. Well, that's good defending. Well organised up the back. Mendy. Aurelien Tchouameni. And Valverde. Bellingham. Well, a passing sequence that's easy on the eye. Well, it was a good-looking sequence, but it comes to an end. Fabian. Mendy. Mbappe. He's in behind. Well, what a stop that was. And eventually, goalkeeper's ball.
Well, you can sense the relief amongst his teammates. But what a first save that was.
Defensive Brazilians to shut them down.
Well, not long left now, but these Real fans still believe they can get back into this.
Mendy. Jude Bellingham. Real Madrid attacking, and they have to give it a go with time not on their side. Late drama here. Level once more. Incredible scenes. Marquinhos. Hakimi. Dembele on the ball. Now with Hakimi. They really look after the ball when they have it. And he read it well defensively. A really committed challenge, and it's gone out for a throw-in. Mendy. 5 minutes to go. Really good challenge. He's broken free. And a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama, and now they're in front. Jude Bellingham. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Rodrigo. Bellingham. Well, still time for them to level it. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Well, now it is final. Tchouameni. Can he finish? And he's kept it out. Fully straight. This is why we adore this game. Late drama, and now they're in front. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. How do you see it panning out, Stuart?
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And so the match is underway. This is the lineup for the home team. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Denzel Dumfries starts with Federico Di Marco in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Aurélien Tchouameni in the centre of midfield. And lining up through the middle in attack today is Kylian Mbappe. Oh, the threat is there. Vazquez went in strongly, decisively. Tchouameni. Oh, very effective. And that piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Corner kick played in. Still not clear. Foul there. Free kick awarded. Marcus Thuram. Just not looking confident in possession. Well, so many reasons to highlight Lautaro Martinez, not least because he can be so effective. Stuart, what do you think we might see from him in this game?
Well, he's one of those players that knows where to be in the box. He's just got that natural instinct for space, and what a finisher as well.
Good tackle, taken away. Mbappe. And he has options available. Well, disappointing end to the move. Martinez. They've lost it. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Well, possession keeps on changing hands. That's problematic. Well, he went strongly into the challenge, and the result is a throw-in. Excellent defending. Decent enough idea. Shame about the execution.
Well, I don't think that was good enough. I also think it was the wrong option.
And he's gone into an illegal position, unfortunately. Not putting so much effort into winning back possession. Oh, great attacking play. And did just enough defensively. Teammates available. Mbappe. And quick thinking defensively. Martinez. Di Marco. Now with Mkhitaryan. Pavard. Distributing it well. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Tchouameni. Valverde. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Martinez. Federico Di Marco. The ball with Martinez. Well read to ease the pressure. Martinez. Pavard. Dumfries. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
Real Madrid doing well to regain possession here. Vinicius Junior. He has teammates around him. Barella. The ball with Martinez. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Mbappe. Now with Rodrigo. Has eyes for goal. Well, he didn't miss by an awful lot. Çalhanoğlu. In the right place to cut out the pass. Mendy. Aimed towards Mbappe. Will it happen for him here? And the counter-attack is on. Options available. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. Putting his body on the line. Well, they couldn't do anything with that particular cross. So they get the ball rolling in the second half. Even Steven here. So little to choose between the sides. Francesco Acerbi. From one side of the pitch to the other. Alessandro Bastoni. A real struggle to contain him. But he's certainly not alone. But the danger averted for now. Valverde. Breaking at pace. And defensive play to be applauded. Marcus Thuram. Rodrigo. Vinicius Junior. And Valverde. Mbappe. Oh, he's lost possession of the ball. Valverde. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Pavard. And it's with Dumfries. Mkhitaryan. Mkhitaryan. He'll take efforts like that all day long. Vinicius Junior. A very effective challenge put in. Dumfries. Well, super piece of play. Well, defending always has to be a team effort. Good piece of covering. Mkhitaryan. Martinez. Not testing the keeper at all with that cross. Well, let's assess Lautaro Martinez and his performance in the first half. He usually dazzles, but hasn't really so far.
Well, he's struggled to have any real impact on the game. I think if they are to kick on in the second half, it's key that he sees a bit more of the ball, and hopefully with that, he can start to put that back line under a bit more pressure.
Still level here, but the pressure escalating. I just couldn't play that decisive ball. Mkhitaryan. Opportunity here. A lovely attempt. In it goes. Well, it will not stand. Offside, Stuart.
Well, it looked close, didn't it? He certainly thought so. He's making that clear to the linesman now.
Well, no luck in terms of finding the target. "20 minutes remaining. And snuffing out the danger. Aurelien Tchouameni. And Valverde. And great work to confuse the defender. Mendy. Real Madrid have given us away. Dumfries. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Moving it forward. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Not the pass he had in mind. Dumfries. On to Mkhitaryan. On the offensive, is there to be late excitement? Wonderful chance! Oh, he's blocked it! Well, the two sides still locked together. And a set piece, a corner, can make all the difference. The corner conceded. What will they do with this one? They fancy a short one. That's gone over the touchline for what will be a throw-in. A super piece of defending. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. Well, it fizzled out. Dumfries. And Pavard on the ball. Has a go! Oh, a goal! And is that going to be the one that wins it for them? There's every chance, and the fans are lapping this up. Jude Bellingham. And the defensive intervention there. And nicely over the top. Federico Valverde. It's with Vinicius Junior. Lucas Vazquez. Not a poor touch and unable to keep it in play. Throw in to come. And we will have just one additional minute. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Dangerous looking through ball. Well, now is his final and... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week, and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. And good evening to you from the Parc des Princes here in the French capital, Paris, the venue for tonight's action. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. Stuart, your expectations?
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
Introducing the Paris Saint-Germain starters. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts alongside Fabian in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. And this is the initial 11 for the visitors today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Denzel Dumfries starts with Federico Di Marco in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. Barella. An interesting pass. Thuram, can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer, and you have to say it was on the cards. Fabian. Mendes. Vitor Ferreira. Nuno Mendes. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Marquinhos. And possession lost there. Good tackle. It'll be a throw. Pavard. Barella. It should be. There's still danger here. In it goes at the second time of asking, but the goalkeeper won't be proud of that moment. Marquinhos. Mendes. Vitor Ferreira. Well, that's how to put in a clean tackle. That's a lovely ball. There to take it away. Mkhitaryan. Barella. Dumfries. A chance to whip it in. Pavard. Looking for the angle. Nicely cut out. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Pavard. Dumfries. And they'll be happy to have regained possession. Barella. Dembélé. He has teammates around him. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Hakimi. Well, giving it a go in a bid to haul them back into this one.
Well, they're knocking at the door here, but they need to score soon.
Barella. And Pavard on the ball. Dumfries. Terrific block. He's driven in the corner. And still dangerous. Well, nothing comes of it. Fabian. Now space for PSG in the wide position. Can he get one back? Oh, right in the nick of time. Well, very nearly at the halfway mark in this game, and PSG know they can play an awful lot better than this.
I have to say, Derek, they haven't played well. They've been slow in possession, they've been poor defensively, and they've lacked a cutting edge. They need to perform much better than this.
Bastoni, and in with a real chance. He can't hold on to it. And there it is. An almost intuitive piece of finishing. Fabian. Nuno Mendes. Vitor Ferreira. And so the half time. And underway once more. Paris Saint-Germain left with a real mountain to climb in the second half. Fabian. Nuno Mendes. Ferreira. And Fabian. Dembele. And taken away. He won the ball. Çalhanoğlu. On to Mkhitaryan. Marcus Thuram. Good through ball. A very effective clearance. Nuno Mendes. Might work out. Oh yes! It's gone in! And now a chance for them to revel in the moment. Federico Di Marco. Well, they're a bit like a passing machine, and you can understand why they want to play it that way, in front as they are. Barella. Martinez.
Well, these fans are demanding much more here. They have to start winning the ball back quicker. At the moment, they're too easy to play against.
Thuram. Mkhitaryan. In it goes. But it will not stand. Offside, Stuart.
Well, it looked close, didn't it? He certainly thought so. He's making that clear to the linesman now.
Very effective pass. And a long way out here. Well, the goalkeeper's life wasn't made quite as difficult as might have been the case. Mkhitaryan. On the ball, Bastoni. Martinez. Çalhanoğlu. The ball with Martinez. And as of play it goes, throw-in coming up here. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. Clean challenge. Makes the move to the inside. Chance here. Martinez. An unforced error, you've got to say. Fabian. Dembele. And players waiting in the centre. Well, he really read that brilliantly. Minch. Well, timed his challenge magnificently. Barella. The ball with Martinez. Well, when you have the lead, you can play in this manner, keeping the ball like this. Martinez. Federico Di Marco. Italian. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. Not the pass he had in mind. A quarter of an hour remaining here. Martinez. Dropping deep to collect the ball. And PSG showing good width here. Can he put it in? And a precise challenge just when it was required. Martinez. Pavard. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. And he's chipped it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. And over comes the corner. And the counter-attack is on. Options available. And they'll regard that as a very disappointing end to the move. Thuram. Di Marco. Another good tackle. Intelligent threaded pass here. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Corner awarded to PSG. Dembele. And that brings the attack to an end. Martinez. Di Marco. It's with Acerbi. The ball with Martinez. And we will have just one additional minute. Mkhitaryan deserves credit for winning the ball back. So full time it is, and well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Good evening, everyone. Plenty of reasons to expect a compelling contest tonight here in the French capital, Paris. We're at the Parc des Princes. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the technical and tactical analysis, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's Paris Saint-Germain facing Real Madrid.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And here's how the lineup looks for PSG. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Nuno Mendes plays with Achraf Hakimi in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Pereira in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Crossing possibilities. Oh, might be. It did look on for them, but not to be. And the starting players for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays.
Look out, Derek, chance here.
And a goal! Not bad for starters. They take an early lead. Fabian. Here's Marquinhos. Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. They're all doing their bit to keep them out. PSG looking dangerous. Interception to snuff out the danger. He has teammates around him. Top-class defending. PSG recovering possession well. Now what can they do from here? Surely the equaliser. Still be able to do a bit of damage. And I think the threat has been averted. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Valverde is with Vinicius Junior. Tchouaméni. Mbappe. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Jude Bellingham. And Bellingham. He read it well defensively. He'll take this on. And the keeper died in to thwart him. That's effective pressure high up the pitch. And it's in! Real Madrid firmly in charge here. Fabian. Here's Marquinhos. Fabian. Ferreira. And Fabian. And PSG pushing forward with options available. Can he get one back? Oh no is the answer. It was a gilt-edged opportunity. He couldn't avail himself of it.
You have to say that's a big chance missed. He had to score there. That makes it difficult now.
Kylian Mbappe. And Bellingham. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Continues his run. Dembele. High quality defending. Well, he's certainly not alone. Chance to get themselves back into it. And it's in! This game very much back on as a contest. And away they go once more, and plenty still for Paris Saint-Germain to fire at in this game. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Real find themselves in a position of menace. Rudiger. Federico Valverde. Mendy. And Bellingham. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Bellingham. The ball with Lucas Vázquez. Valverde. Now with Bellingham. Takes some progress with the ball at his feet. Dembele. Can they square the game? And that is that for the first half here. Well, it is advantage Real after the first 45 minutes, but it's a long way from being settled. Mendy. And Bellingham. Tchouaméni is with Vinicius Junior. Mbappe. Oh, he's lost possession. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Rodrigo. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Intense pressure. And a long way out here. Goalkeeper doing his job, getting the touch. Really good build-up, but no end product. Can they hit on the break? Need to get back quickly here. The supporters want to see him have a go. Oh, a goal! The equaliser! They completely changed the equation. Rudiger. Now with Bellingham. Valverde. With Hakimi. Fabian. Hakimi. Attacking possibilities for PSG. Ferreira. At times they make passing look easy. Nuno Mendes. Can he play it in? Well, this could really help the cause. Chance here. Brilliantly blocked. Raised for offside. Tchouaméni is with Vinicius Junior. Federico Valverde. Still passing it around with authority. Not really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
Good use of advantage in favour of PSG. Kylian Mbappe. Well, the conditions look pretty good for the counter-attack. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Dembele. Fabian. Now with Dembele. Oh, it's a terrific challenge. And a chance to whip it in here. Vinicius Junior. Now with Rodrigo. And the flag raised. Offside it is. And into the last 15 minutes of action. Dembele. Hakimi. And back with Dembele. Dembele. Now with Hakimi. The cross is on. Fabian! Excellent save from Thibaut Courtois. Hakimi. Well, the fans want to see a shot. Can they forge ahead? An attack full of promise. Can he put them in front? No is the answer to the question, and that could be so important at this stage.
Well, will they get another chance? That would surely have won the game for them.
Oh, great defending.
Well, what a final few minutes we have here, and the fans are certainly playing their part. But can they take one of these chances that come their way and win this game?
Progressive football from Paris Saint-Germain. They know a goal at this late stage might be decisive. Fabian. Excellent defending. Now, who can he play it to? Valverde. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Well, now it is final. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Hello and welcome to one of the most recognisable venues in world football, the Estadio Santiago Bernabeu here in Madrid. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfield player Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. Stuart, how do you see this one going?
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the starting 11 for Real Madrid. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Rodrigo plays with Vinicius Junior in the wide areas. And handed the task of playing up front today is Kylian Mbappe. This is how the visitors will set up today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Denzel Dumfries starts with Federico Di Marco in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And leading the attack today, Lautaro Martinez plays. And the goalkeeper's touch, that was crucial. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. Well, considering the form book, Stuart, Kylian Mbappe has got to be taken seriously here.
Well, he's a natural goal scorer. He just has great awareness of space in the box. And, of course, he's a top-class finisher.
Vinicius. Gives it a go. Just over the bar. Really good effort. So, a Real Madrid corner. Disappointing delivery, sailing over everyone in the middle. Showing good defensive judgment. Hang on. Lucas Vazquez. And that's a very good parry. An astute piece of defending. Firing it towards goal. Oh, what a goal! A tremendous strike. Hard to believe that he elected to take on that shot. Absolutely brilliant. Pavard. It's with Acerbi. Dumfries. Alessandro Bastoni. Now with Mkhitaryan. He'll have a go here. And a fantastic diving save. Corner kick played in. Well, that effort was always going wide. He's not going to be best pleased with himself. Valverde. Federico Valverde. Fine cross into the middle. And Sonia on the volley.
Well, he'd be frustrated with that finish. That was a big opportunity there.
Pavard. And it's with Dumfries. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out any sign of danger. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. Clear foul, but a Real Madrid advantage. He succeeds in clearing it. Barella. Oh, they have it again. And Real pushing to add to the lead. It'll be a corner. Intelligent threaded pass here. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Thuram. Able to close down the shot. Good movement, but they dealt with the threat posed. Rodrigo. Mbappe with it. And considerable space afforded Real Madrid. Marcus Thuram. Thuram. A gift for any goalkeeper. Lucas Vasquez. Well, good idea, but just a little bit too much on the ball. Çalhanoğlu. And they have possession again. Really inventive stuff from Real here. But it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Martinez distributing it well. Martinez. Barella. Can they square the game? Huge block. Clear to see who got the last touch. So a throw in it'll be. Well, possibilities inside the box. A very good tackle. Rodrigo. Can he convert? Still alive. Danger averted for now. And the first half. Second half underway, with Real looking to build upon a positive first half showing. Federico Valverde. Real Madrid have given us away. Released it nicely. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Able to skip past his man. And a goal it is for Real Madrid. They are on a victory course. Francesco Acerbi. Di Marco. On the ball, Bastoni. Barella. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Run it well. Mkhitaryan with the efforts. Well, I'll tell you what, surprising everyone by taking on the shot from that range.
Yeah, that was certainly a good effort from that sort of distance. Really struck it cleanly.
Mbappe. Well, unable to hold his run, and that's offside. Martinez trying to influence the game from a deeper position, and a body in the way. Very quick thinking there. And Real doing well to win it back. Space here on the flank, and after the cross, a tremendous block. Rodrigo, an alert piece of defending. Federico Di Marco. The ball with Martinez. Di Marco. Well, moving the ball around nicely as they try to get themselves back within a goal. Well, trying to take their time, but not enough care on the ball. Rodrigo. Real using width to good effect. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Di Marco. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. What can Real do from this position? And playing it through. And he's gone for power. So close to finding the net. Martinez. And Real Madrid have the ball again. "20 minutes remaining. Using space on the opposite flank now. Valverde. Mbappe. And threaded through by Mbappe. And a precise challenge just when it was required. Martinez. And Bellingham. Oh, that's a really good run. And he's clear as lines. And Real Madrid have it back now. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. And the keeper won't be complaining about that cross. Poor quality. And played the pass well. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Well, Real Madrid fans have enjoyed this. A dominant performance, you've got to say, Stuart.
Well, they've been much the better side up to now. Some of their approach play has been excellent. They just need to control possession for these final few minutes to cap off a really good display.
Oh, goodness gracious me! It's a special goal from miles out. Jan Sommer. And the keeper has it now. Çalhanoğlu. Now with Mkhitaryan. Barella. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Now with Mkhitaryan. An important interception. That's a good ball. And it must be. Well, he was in possession to score. He knows it.
Well, if he hits the target, he's going to score there. That's a real waste.
Martinez. On to Mkhitaryan. The ball with Martinez. Well, the stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. And that's a very good parry. So full time it is, and the morale... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board alongside me is Stuart Robson, my commentary partner. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. Stuart, what are you expecting?
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the lineup for the home side. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Denzel Dumfries starts with Federico Di Marco in the fullback positions. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Marcus Thuram plays alongside Lautaro Martinez. And here is the initial 11 for Paris Saint-Germain. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts alongside Fabian in central midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Ousmane Dembélé. Now what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? In position to give them the lead, maybe. Dembélé. And an astute piece of defending. Thuram. They might see the wide route as a fruitful one, PSG. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Çalhanoğlu. It's with Acerbi. Pavard. Alessandro Bastoni. Barella has it. On the ball, Bastoni. Francesco Acerbi. Barella. Pavard. On the ball, Bastoni. Çalhanoğlu. And Pavard on the ball. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Dumfries. It's with Acerbi. Di Marco. Now with Hakimi. PSG looking dangerous. Hakimi. Oh, this looks useful. Ferreira. Dembélé. Will he find the net? He got a good palm on it. So PSG hold the lead and they have the corner now. And cutting inside. And it's still on. Marquinhos. That was going in. Alessandro Bastoni. Henrik Mkhitaryan. It's opening up for them. Simple for the keeper. Fabian. Well, spot on with that challenge. It is a decent-looking attack here. Hakimi. And the keeper's hand does the trick. And the goal kick will be next.
Well, Sommer's save might just be the turning point here. It certainly gives them that bit of hope.
Well, maybe a chance for them now to relieve the pressure by stringing a few passes together. Now can they make something happen? And threading it through. But not quite what was needed. I really thought they were going to open up the defence. Throw-ins given. Alessandro Bastoni. Di Marco. The ball with Martinez. Really well played pass. No panic, just passing. Well, they're doing their best to get on level terms here.
Well, it's a decent effort, but they're still trailing. They need something special here.
Hakimi. Hakimi. And a chance here. Hakimi! And just narrowly wide in the end. Henrik Mkhitaryan. Unable to keep the ball. And a chance here. Hakimi! Not really the ideal clearance. Dembele. Palmed away by the keeper. And with that... away they go again. Second half is underway here. Di Marco. On to Mkhitaryan. Francesco Acerbi. Mkhitaryan. Barella. And it's with Dumfries. Martinez. And he's hit it with authority. Oh, he couldn't outwit the keeper. But he's gone short with it. Çalhanoğlu. Mkhitaryan. Well, they want that equaliser, but their passing remains smooth. And beating the defender. Oh, he's gone for goal! And that's a very good parry. Well, they are behind, but can they give themselves a boost with this corner? Bastoni. So a goal kick is what's coming up here. Good tackle.
Well, the hosts have had most of the ball in the last 15 minutes, and they've played some good football. It's just now about taking one of those chances to get back into the game.
You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
And PSG pushing forward with options available. Dumfries. A really good pass. And the cross not quite imaginative enough. Nicely timed tackle. Çalhanoğlu. Barella. Martinez. Body in the way. Really closing him down here. Dembele. Another good tackle. Pavard. Federico Di Marco. Pavard with it. Now with Mkhitaryan. There to win it back. And teammates to play it to. Çalhanoğlu. Barella. Henrik Mkhitaryan. And it wasn't taxing for the keeper. Fabian. Promising looking ball. No hiding from the fact that they really should have extended their lead.
Well, that was a poor miss. Could they come to regret that?
Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Ferreira. Now with Hakimi. And a chance here. Hakimi! Oh, the keeper made it look routine. It was anything but. Well, he couldn't pick out a teammate inside the box. Excellent defending. Dumfries. Thuram. Can they fashion something? They need a goal. And given away.
Well, it hasn't been a great performance, but the fans have been brilliant. Just listen to the noise. Can the players respond and find this equaliser?
Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Can he finish them off? He's done it! What a climax to this game! 2-0 now, and back underway. Barella. And Pavard on the ball. Francesco Acerbi. On the ball, Bastoni. Well, you've got to savour such moments. Good defending in the end, and danger averted for now. Hakimi. And there is going to be stoppage time, but only the 1 minute. Minge. And that is all for this game. The quest for success, the big showdown almost upon us, and the likelihood of a game to be savoured and cherished. But who's going to win? We'll leave that to the courageous amongst you. A warm welcome, plenty of excitement in the air tonight here in North London. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson. And with kick-off just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion. It is Tottenham Hotspur up against PAOK.
Well, I'm excited by this encounter today. Both teams have a good game plan, both teams can be physical, and both teams have creative players. It could be a case of who wants it more.
Well, wasteful from Spurs. Introducing the Spurs starting 11. Jed Spence plays with Pedro Porro in the fullback positions. Dejan Kulusevski plays with Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of midfield. And the striker is Richarlison. Abdul Rahman Baba. Constantelias. And they have possession again. Really good build-up, but no end product. Tyson. Now, who can he play it to? Well, it came to nothing in the end. Kulusevski. Bentancur with it. Promising move from Tottenham. Read it superbly to take back possession. Well, the defenders know they need to get tighter. And cutting inside. It has to be! And a goal! That will do it! They've been pushing for it, and now they've been rewarded. Spence. Really showing off his wide range of passing skills. Pedro Porro. Bentancur with it. Romero. Mickey van de Ven. And back to the keeper. Van de Ven. Richarlison. Might lead to a chance. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Mete. Here's Kamara. Zivkovic. Johnny. Zivkovic. Oh, good use of the ball. Must score! And a goal! They've increased their lead, and they don't want to be throwing it away from here. James Maddison. Van de Ven. It's with Porro. Kulusevski. Maddison with it. It's with Bentancur. Romero. James Maddison. Spence. Bentancur with it. Given away by Tottenham. Mohamed Madi Kamara. Tyson. Options in the centre. Mohamed Madi Kamara. And making the run to the inside. Zivkovic, he must finish! And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. Tyson. Constantelias. It's with Tyson. The cross is on. Determined defending. Richarlison. Baba on the ball. Giannis Constantelias. Zivkovic. Well, Spurs with the ball again. Dangerous looking attack. Here's Camara. Giannis Constantelias. Half time then. So here we go into the second half at the home of Tottenham Hotspur. Mohamed Madi Camara. Constantelias. Here's Camara. Tyson. Giannis Constantelias. Mohamed Madi Camara. Tyson. How about the cross? Mete. Zivkovic. To push that away from danger. Richarlison just dropping into that deeper position. Oh, he's lost possession of the ball. And the opportunity goes a-begging. He decided to hit that with power rather than going for placement. And slipped through beautifully. Well, going for power and so close to finding the net. James Maddison. A very effective challenge put in. Mete. Fine sequence of passes. And so 30 minutes left for play in this one. Bentancur. Spurs pushing forward with options available. Bentancur with it. Well, they keep working away, looking for passing lanes. Given away by Tottenham. Giannis Constantelias. Van de Ven. And on to Kulusevski. Johnson. James Maddison. Well, Spurs now in potentially a dangerous position. But quick thinking defensively. And into the last 20 minutes. Johnny. Fruitful looking attack. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Abdul Rahman Baba. Mete. Samata on the ball. And unfortunately for him, he had worked his way into an offside position.
And I think everybody in the ground could see that was always going to be offside.
And threading it through. A goal! Just what they needed. Still plenty of life in this match. Abdul Rahman Baba. That can be so difficult to play against a confident passing team when you're trailing. Mohamed Madi Kamara. It's with Mete. Johnny. Johnny. And a chance to whip it in here. Mete. Well, passing moves like this will build confidence. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence. Definitely threatening. Oh, but cutting it out in the nick of time. Mohamed Madi Kamara. Zivkovic. We might very well have late excitement here. 5 minutes to go, and just one goal between them. And Spurs have to be bold in these trying circumstances. And a long way out here. And that's fantastic goalkeeping to get across and deal with the danger. Well, this might be their final opportunity to draw level. In a good position to clear it away. James Maddison. Bentancur with it. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. And so the final whistle here. The visitor. Again to whet the appetite. A match certain. Hello, wherever you're watching from the Spanish Basque region. This is the Estadio San Mamés in Bilbao. My name's Derek Ray, and delighted to have alongside me, as usual on these occasions, Stuart Robson. And with kick-off just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion. It's Athletic Bilbao up against Tottenham Hotspur.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
Well, that's how to outwit your opponent. Well, let's run the rule over the Athletic Bilbao starting lineup. Unai Simon plays in goal. De Marcos plays with Yuri. Oh, yes! You cannot strike them any better than that! Brilliant goal! Dani Vivian. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. Ruiz de Galarreta. Dani Vivian. And moving the ball nicely. Can he get the level? Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Williams. Might work out. And a goal! An end-to-end game! And they weren't behind for long. Van de Ven. Madison with it. Mickey Van de Ven. And on to Kulusevski. Brennan Johnson. It's with Porro. And Spurs moving the ball with purpose. Retaining possession proving difficult. Yuri Bertice. He takes aim. Oh, he's blocked it! Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. To get to the ball, and he did. Well, Tottenham being afforded too much room here. And the cross comes to nothing in the end. Well, good effective pressure. Well, the attacking options appear plentiful. In a decent position now. Delightful pass. Almost found its target, but cutting it out in the end. And Athletic Club will get the throw-in. Bertice. And a decent delivery. Well, nothing comes of it. Trying to open them up. And going for goal. Oh, narrowly wide. So unlucky. Ruiz de Galarreta. Yuri Bertice. Well, plays with a positional sense that is second to none. Now he must favour the cross. Madison. Crucial piece of defending. Bentancur. Well, you might call that a... Oh, the referee has given it. Penalty it is. Well, some might say he's been fortunate to avoid being shown the card.
Well, I like that from the referee. Just because it's a penalty doesn't...
In it goes! A well-taken penalty. Simon has it now. Danny Vivian. And fed back to the goalkeeper. Vivian. Sunset. Berchiche with it. Vivian. That's a good pass. Oh, but there's defensive diligence for you when things look dangerous. Well, in the end, nothing really to worry the keeper about. Yuri Berchiche. Sunset. Super tackle and they've won possession. Sunset. Gonna get a try. Oh, good save. Incisive pass. And that's going to... Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Williams. Moving the ball forward with purpose. He'll try his luck here. And couldn't quite square the game. Close.
Well, it's certainly a decent effort, but not quite good enough. They still trail here.
Not a pity that. It looked promising, but that's going to be claimed by the keeper. Ruiz de Galarreta. Wonderfully weighted pass. And he's apparently veered into an offside position, Stuart.
Well, that's tight, really tight. But he was just too anxious to make his run. He was in, though.
Oh, he looks threatening. Well, his teammate got him out of trouble. Oh, great piece of individual skill. Gives it a go. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. And space to cross it. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. They certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, it's been an incredible performance from him. Clearly the difference between the two sides. Obviously the goals, but his movement too. He's forcing the back line.
Oh, so near, off the post. Well, it came to nothing in the end.
Well, it was certainly a chance to get back into the game. And you have to say they're a bit unfortunate. But they do need to finish off one of these chances.
Yes, so near indeed. But now they've got to concentrate on keeping their defensive shape. So after that, a goal kick it'll be. Moving the ball forward, how creative can they be? Cross could be useful. Oh, but claimed by the goalkeeper. That's a good-looking pass. It should be. And a good take under duress there. Sunset. Poor pass under no real pressure. Richarlison. And possibilities here. Well, getting in the way, superb save. Well, they weren't able to capitalise. Williams. Now, let's see what they can do here. This could be the equaliser. And it goes! The leveller! Thrilling stuff here. Mickey van de Ven. It's with Porro. And Vicario has it now. Spence. Johnson. Pedro Porro. And now with Kulusevski. And passing it through. Able to close down the shot. And into the last 15 minutes of action. James Maddison. On the ball, Richarlison. That's a good pass. We wondered who was going to win the race. The answer, the goalkeeper. Dejan Kulusevski. Spurs still on the attack with the minutes ticking away. Can they find a winner? Oh, it could be. And Sonia on the volley.
Well, he'll be frustrated with that finish. That was a big opportunity there.
Williams. Sunset. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Richarlison. Targets available, cross comes in. Well, an audacious effort. Not every player would try that type of thing. And we've entered the final 5 minutes. Oh, in with a chance! Oh, tight, tense game. Great goalkeeping.
Well, he's just about kept his team in this. That's a really good piece of goalkeeping.
Well, forward they go again. Can they win this? Well, it came to nothing in the end. Plenty of support here. Can he do it from miles out? Well, really rifling that one in, and he didn't miss by much. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Yuri Bertice. That is that after...
We're here to enjoy a matchup that football fans are sure to relish. Which side will step up and deliver?
Welcome along to an evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great order too. I'm Guy Mowbray, and the former England forward Sue Smith is with me for commentary. And everything is set up nicely to give us a really good match. How do you see this one going then, Sue?
Cheers, Guy. Well, I'm sure both managers will have given them their final instructions. Go out and give it their all. Hopefully, that'll be enough for a positive result. I'm looking forward to this one.
This is the visitors' team for today.
Well, it's very similar, isn't it? It's so important that the number 9 isn't left isolated. Both teams are going to have to make sure that they get players in and around them when they get forward.
Williams, struggling to keep the ball there. Plenty of open space here to take the lead. Oh, crucial tackle to deal with the danger. Meite. Samatta. A chance to get something going here. Marcos. Good work to regain possession. Able to get a body in the way. Sualio Meite. The assistant's flag is raised. That'll be offside. Luis de Galarreta. Marcos. Williams. Great defending. Keeping it nicely. Waiting for the chance to get themselves in front. Ball taken away from them. Luis de Galarreta. Having a try. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. Meite. Working hard to win it back there. Luis de Galarreta. And the shot thwarted. Played into the box. Only halfway clear. And they take the lead. Well, off the bench and onto the score sheet. What a way to make an impact. Camera. Sualio Meite. Andrija Živković. Meite. Camera. Options available in the middle. That's a lovely cut inside. The crowd urging him to shoot. Chance for the equaliser. It's there! That didn't last long. They're back level already. Vivian. Marcos. Luis de Galarreta. Marcos. Williams. De Galarreta. Marcos. Nice possession. Crucial defending. Madi Camara. Samata. And possession given away. Sanchez. From a long way out. Oh my goodness, what a strike! From so far out, that's absolutely sensational. Camara. Meite. Madi Camara. Thomas Kejora. Sualio Meite. Johnny. Meite. Andrija Živković. Now it needs a good ball in. No stopping him yet. And that'll do it. The end of the first foot. The ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Yuri Beshice. Williams. Vivian. Luis de Galarreta. Nico Williams. De Galarreta. Takes it on. Oh, excellent work from the keeper to deny a promising-looking attack. The corner taken short. Can someone attack this? That's not properly away yet. Oh, great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Switched on and ready to intercept there.
Well, what a great save that was to keep them in this. May just be the impetus they need, as they haven't been at their best today, really.
Yeah, one test passed, but another examination could be on the way here. Excellent work in goal there, well saved. It's a corner, and possibly the chance to go further in front. There still could be something happening here. Williams. Can he finish? A body in the way. Well, he's certainly been influential in the first 45 minutes. What have you made of his performance, Sue?
Well, it was certainly a good 45 minutes. Obviously got the goal to put them in front, but he's looked lively throughout too. Hopefully see a little bit more of that in the second half.
Good vision. And deflected by the keeper against the crossbar. And unable to retain possession. Really good pass. Well, plenty of power on the effort, but just wide. Goal kick it is. Struggling to keep the ball there. And getting into a good position. Samata. Just waiting for the moment to break through. Chance to cross here. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. And he'll have a go here. Well, he's kept that out nicely. They opt to go short with the corner. Doesn't want to lose it now. And they've got it back now.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. The fans are doing their bit, trying to
Now
spare
here's a
them.
chance. And the keeper, but he can't do anything to keep that one out. You can see the frustration, tinged with fury at not getting more protection from those in front. Yuri Beshice. Sanchez. Yuri Beshice. Pushing forward with options available now. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Meite. Živkovic. A lot of room for them here. Has the space to whip it in here. Meite. This looks really good. Could we see a winning goal? Živkovic. Meite. Oh, a great chance. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping.
Well, I thought that was going to be the game, Guy. It was fantastic work by the goalkeeper, though, just to keep them in this. There's really not long left now if they're going to find a winner.
Živkovic. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. And it's on now. It's in! And it might well be the winning goal. Meite. Tensiora. Camera. Well, not long to go until the end now. And the hosts on score at least, second best.
Well, we've certainly seen the quality going forward, created some great opportunities and finished off the chance as well. But at the back, they've been really poor at times. It's still not over though for one last push.
Now, what can they do from here? A terrific tackle. The chance has gone. So the referee blows the final whistle.
Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. It is PAOK up against Tottenham Hotspur.
Well, Derek, as is always the case, the team that dominates midfield will be the team that controls the flow of the game. And that, for me, is the area that's key today.
This is the starting lineup for Tottenham Hotspur. Pedro Porro starts with Jed Spence in the fullback positions. Dejan Kulusevski plays with Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of midfield. And the striker is Richarlison. Constantelias. Well, the attacking options appear plentiful. And players waiting in the centre. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Richarlison. A goal in the early stages. Precisely what they had been planning. Mohamed Madi Camara. Mateusz Wiateska. Tomasz Kenziora. It's with Mete. Kenziora. Andrija Živković. Mete. Johnny. Here's Camara. It's with Mete. Mohamed Madi Camara. Now here's Johnny. Andrija Živković. Crossing possibilities. Determined defending. Kulusevski. Pedro Porro. On the ball, Richarlison. Oh, fancy footwork. Takes the shot. And a big moment. A goal for Tottenham Hotspur. And they are going to be difficult to stop now. Abdul Rahman Baba. Here's Camara. Mete. Mohamed Madi Camara. It's with Tyson. Giannis Constantelias. Here's Camara. Baba on the ball. Abdul Rahman Baba. Tomasz Kenziora. Here's Camara. Tyson. Mohamed Madi Camara. Živković. Well, they're on the scent of something positive. Živković. Oh, big opportunity. And oh, it's in. We cannot declare this contest over. They still believe. Given away by Tottenham. Mohamed Madi Camara. Abdul Rahman Baba. And support available. Here's Camara. Mateusz Wiateska. Wiateska. Baba on the ball. Kenziora. Abdul Rahman Baba. Mete. Johnny. In a decent position now. Mete. And unable to keep possession. Živković. No possibilities in the centre. This could square the game. Able to close down the shot. Richarlison. Madison with it. Just the challenge that was required. This looks interesting. Oh, maybe the equaliser. Magnificent stuff. And quite the comeback from 2 goals down. Bentancur. Jed Spence. Madison with it. Kulusevski. Pedro Porro. And on to Kulusevski. Bentancur. And now with Kulusevski. Bentancur with it. Pedro Porro. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Johnny. It's with Mete. Andrija Zivkovic. Well, moving the ball forward, they might be in business. Oh, body in the way, crucially. And he's in an offside position. It's a neat move. A chance then. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Mateusz Wiateska. Here's Kamara. Wiateska. Mete. Mohamed Madi Kamara. Tomasz Kenziora. Mateusz Wiateska. Here's Kamara. Tyson. Mohamed Madi Kamara. Top-class defending. Pedro Porro. And Spurs moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Richarlison. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Samata. Might be able to set up the chance. And foul it is then. On target, but it was never going to trouble the keeper. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, they weren't at their best, but with that equaliser, you can see why he's so important to this team. Hopefully they can get more of the ball to him in the second half so he can show us his ability.
Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Ball looks promising. Giannis Konstantelias. And he read it well defensively. 30 minutes to go then. Wilting under the pressure, and now they try to go forward. Samata. The save was a good one. Now, who can he play it to? Very quick thinking there. Samata. Just have to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. really vital interception. James Maddison. Bentancur with it. Plenty of forward momentum here, but can they produce? Richarlison. That was going in. Giannis Konstantelias. Tyson. Zivkovic. Intercepting it intelligently. Oh, the threat is there. It's still alive. Can he finish? Oh, a goal! Can you believe what we're watching? It truly is a comeback and a half. Bentancur. Pedro Porro. Now Romero with it. Van de Ven. It's with Porro. Romero. Pedro Porro. Now Romero with it. Kulusevski. Bentancur. Just 10 minutes to go. The overall situation doesn't favour Spurs, but they're still in it. Pedro Porro. Moving the ball effectively. Bentancur. And goes for goal! Well, the shot seemed like a good option, but goalkeeper's ball. Abdul Rahman Baba. Well, it's almost over, but not quite. The fans still with a bit of nail-biting to do, Stuart.
Well, their attacking play has been excellent today. However, by throwing so many players forward, they've looked vulnerable at the back, which is why this will be a nervy finish. They just need to hold on here.
And a tidy challenge. Incisive pass. And a throw-in forthcoming. Could be threatening. And pushed away to safety. And there goes the final. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Well, a big night ahead for players and fans alike here in North London. I'm Derek Ray on the commentary gantry, and delighted to be joined as always by Stuart Robson. And without doubt a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It is Tottenham Hotspur, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
And the starting 11 for Spurs. Jed Spence plays with Pedro Porro in the full-back positions. Dejan Kulusevski plays with Rodrigo Bentancur in the centre of midfield. And the striker is the very creative and eye-catching Richarlison. Oh, surely! A goal in the early stages. Precisely what they had been planning. And a goal kick will be next. Romero. And now with Kulusevski. Richarlison. And a tidy tackle. Able to skip past his man. But stout defending when it mattered. Can he find the right pass? And back to Unai Simon. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. Nico Williams. Very quick thinking there. Oh, moving it nicely. Can he finish here? And Athletic Club will get the throw-in. DeMarcos. Oh, that one has promise. Johnson. Well, timed his challenge magnificently. Pedro Porro. Madison. Oh, he's gone for goal. Clear deflection. And a corner now. Over it comes. Just far too close to the goalkeeper. This could be the equaliser. Just the challenge that was required. Excellent vision. And passing it through. Terrific save. Pedro Porro. Spence. James Madison. And a timely intervention. Weight on the pass. Well, happy to try the bicycle kick special, but not really what he was looking for in the final analysis.
Well, he never really looked like making the right connection there. It's a poor effort in the end.
Given away by Tottenham. Teammates available. Williams. And he was in the right place to intercept. Brennan Johnson. That was going in. Could be. And it nestles in the back of the net. A goal for Tottenham Hotspur, who now are on level terms. And back to Unai Simon. Ruiz de Galarreta. Vivian. Danny Vivian. DeMarcos with it. Takes it off. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. And held by the keeper at the second time of asking.
Well, he's just pulled off a great first save there. Now they can all calm down.
And offside, unfortunately. And he has options available. DeMarcos. Sunset. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. Romero. Well, Spurs now in potentially a dangerous position. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Really good, strong tackle, and it'll be a throw-in. Brennan Johnson. Richarlison. Might go ahead, and a goal! Well, it looks easy when you can put them away like that. And Simon has it now. One more time. Well, advantage Tottenham after the first 45 minutes, but a long way from being decided. Jed Spence. And on to Kulusevski. Brennan Johnson. And now with Kulusevski. Romero. Madison with it. Has eyes for goal. And he did so well to move across and deal with the danger. Well, an opportunity for Spurs to make it look even better. Well, there's no way to escape the verdict that that was an awful corner. Williams. Katice. This could spur the game. Oh, how about that for a tackle? That's a high-quality pass. Simple for the keeper dealing with that long-range effort. Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. Katice. Will he play it in? And a goal! He's doubled his total for the day. It's superb scoring form. Bentancur. Van de Ven. Now Romero with it. Bentancur. And played the pass well. And out of play, the pass nearly worked out, but not quite. Danny Vivian. Oh, that's splendid play. To take the lead. Williams. And quick thinking defensively. Sunset. Oh, great defending. Plenty of support here. Jed Spence. Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried. Well, the stats back up what we've seen so far.
Oh, they could be in here, Stuart. And it's in! They're back in front! Stunning scenes here! James Maddison. Mickey van de Ven. Well read to win possession back. Bentancur. And possession lost by Spurs. Sunset. Oh, great vision. And crossed in the direction of the back post. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Well, we're inside the final quarter of an hour now. Well, the outcome is a free kick here. Bentancur. Richarlison. And the keeper more than equal to it. Now sending it in. Well, he failed to get it away properly. Can he take the chance? Oh, magnificent reaction. Nico Williams. Well, they'll be looking to add to their advantage from this corner. And the keeper making sure there were no scraps for them to feed on. Just 10 minutes remaining here. And Spurs have to be bold in these trying circumstances. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Yuri Berchiche. Good visualisation and execution. Well, he's been ruled to have taken up an illegal position, only just, however, Stuart.
Well, he loves running off the back of defenders, but on this occasion, he's just gone a fraction too early.
De Marcos. Now Ruiz de Galarreta.
Well, just listen to these Spurs fans. They're driving their team forward here.
Spurs trying to use space to good effect. He's got to have a go here. Well, in actual fact, it ended up being a simple claim for the keeper. High pressing at its best. Well, the stoppage time situation, 1 minute here. Oh, the threat is there. So the final whistle has sounded, and not the result. what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, it's always a great pleasure to bring you matches from this venue, the Estadio San Mamés in Bilbao. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary position is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player, Stuart Robson. And with kick-off just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion. It's Athletic Bilbao up against PAOK.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
Chance to play it in. Will he finish? Oh, might be. And a goal it is! No long wait for the opener today. DeMarcos. Vivian. Nico Williams. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Berchiche with it. Just knocking it around, looking to carve out a chance. And teammates to play it to. Mohamed Madi Camara. It's with Tyson. Great effort to keep that one in play. Tyson. Plenty of running room in the wide position. Good looking sequence this. Mete. Can he put it in? And there it is! A two-goal cushion now. And they just need to keep the concentration. Dani Vivian. Berchiche with it. Ruiz de Galarreta. Vivian. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. Alert intervention. Abdul Rahman Baba. It's with Tyson. Chance to run at them. Will he play it in? Oh, good looking run. Giannis Constantelias. Mete. Oh dear, not a great effort, was it? Yuri Berchiche. Well, they keep passing away. But then the commentator's curse comes into play. Johnny. Zivkovic. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Zivkovic. Excellent strike. Well, he was miles out, but still had the audacity to go for goal.
Yeah, as you said, a long way out, but what a good strike that was. He hit it so cleanly.
Committed challenge. And teammates around him. And space available inside. Must be! And a goal! To increase their advantage to 3. Can they be stopped? de Galarreta. Nico Williams. Belchiche with it. Sunset. Vivian. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. And very deftly cut out. Zivkovic. Zivkovic. Nico Williams. Athletic sloppy in possession here. And he has options available. Oh, that's a poor piece of finishing.
Well, what a waste. That was a really big chance that should have been taken.
Mohamed Madi Camara. Now here's Johnny. Abdul Rahman Baba. It's with Tyson. Happy just to retain the ball in their own half and draw out the opposition. Andrija Zivkovic. Samata on the ball. Well, no more time. So back underway here into the second half. Giannis Konstantelias. Vieteska. Abdul Rahman Baba. Mateusz Vieteska. Baba on the ball. Here's Camara. Zivkovic. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? Oh, so near, off the post. And a time for calm on the ball. In a decent position now. It's not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. Mete. Can he convert? And turned onto the woodwork. Mohamed Madi Camara. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Sunset. Big chance. And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Mete. Johnny. And a throw-in forthcoming. Can someone latch onto it? Mete. Referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Well, we're into the final half hour. Really well hit, but just too much height on it. Pressing like that will help the cause. Tyson. Oh, the threat is there. And a good-looking ball. And not hitting it with the accuracy he was hoping for.
Well, he took a chance there, and he probably regrets it now. That was the wrong decision.
Fine cross into the middle. Just can't get it past him. Williams. Sunset. Has a go. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Well, didn't miss by very much, and never easy to strike it on the volley in that fashion.
Well, from that range, though, it should be a goal. At least it should hit the target.
And a long way out here. Oh, he saved it well. That's to go short. That's an effective cross aimed at the back post. Well, in fact, a bit too close to the goalkeeper, and that was always going to be claimed. Tyson. Baba on the ball. Mohamed Madi Kamara. Here's Kamara. It's with Tyson. Working so hard to win back possession. Tomasz Kenziora. Baba on the ball. Well, when you're leading, you can afford to be pass happy. Kenziora. It's with Mete. Samata. Johnny. And there's the feed into the box. Smuggled away. Takes aim. And just over the bar. Excellent effort it was. Athletic struggling to keep possession here. Tyson. Sunset. Determined defending. Well, you might call that a 50-50 decision. Really good build-up, but no end product. Well, this could really help the cause. Now, options are plenty. Well, just fractionally wide. Good strike. Zivkovic. Decent effort there.
Well, he has such good technique. He really did hit that well. He certainly came close there.
And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. Williams. And so the final whistle. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello, it's a real pleasure to be with you from West London, from Stamford Bridge. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Chelsea up against Newcastle United.
Well, as always, I'm looking forward to this because both teams have strong aspects to their game. Both managers like to play attacking football, and we've got some good matchups all over the pitch.
And now they get the ball rolling. So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. Sandro Tonali. Jacob Murphy. And on the ball is Cher. Barnes. Will it be? And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. Playing it short. Trippier. Bruno Guimaraes. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Guimaraes. It's with Joelinton. Bruno Guimaraes. Oh, could be! Well, driven fiercely against the frame of the goal.
Well, he struck it well enough, but that has to go down as a big miss.
Well, you never quite know who's going to emerge from the shadows and become a match winner, but this man might be a decent shout. What are you expecting to see from him, Stuart?
Well, if you give free kicks away to this man, he'll punish you. He really is brilliant from dead ball situations and has got great technique.
Jacob Murphy. Guimaraes. Tonali with it. Sandro Tonali. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And teammates around him. Well, disappointing end to the move. Can they forge ahead? He'll try his luck here. Oh, my goodness, what a strike! From so far out, absolutely sensational, unstoppable. Tino Livramento. It's Dan Burn. Sandro Tonali. Livramento. Burn. Joelinton. Tonali with it. Tino Livramento. It's with Joelinton. Newcastle moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Fruitful looking attack. Just cutting off the supply. Enzo Fernandez. Good technique displayed. Malo Gusto. Caicedo. Fernandez. Very quick thinking there. Guimaraes. Murphy. Options in the centre. Isak. Bruno Guimaraes. And on to Barnes. Guimaraes. And cutting it out. Palmer. Gusto. And nicely struck. Oh, and it goes! Sensational strike! And now he deserves to celebrate. Byrne. And on the ball is Scher. Joelinton. Chelsea recovering possession well. It's with Joelinton. Harvey Barnes. And the Magpies moving the ball forward with purpose. Can he play it in? Joelinton. It's there for him. And a goal! Not over just yet. Well, 2-1 it is here. Trevor Chalobah. Neto. Fernandez. Madueke. Beautiful pass. Caicedo. And so the first half draws to a close. Well, it's advantage Chelsea after the first 45 minutes, but a long way from being decided. Fernandez. Cucurella. Gusto. Moises Caicedo. Noni Madueke. Now, who can he play it to? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Trippier. Will he play it in? Harvey Barnes. And this to level it. Oh, couldn't pull them level.
Well, they certainly should be level. That was a great opportunity to score.
Palmer. Jackson on the ball. This looks interesting. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Acres of space for the Magpies. Chance to finish. Oh, the goal! Level now. The lead has evaporated. Fernandez. Chalobah. Enzo Fernandez. Madueke. Cucurella. Caicedo. Gusto. Chalobah. Neto. Pedro Neto. The Chelsea move still flowing. Advantage to them. And quick thinking defensively. Jackson. Enzo Fernandez. Caicedo. And moving the ball nicely. I think I spoke too soon. Wasn't the best of passes finally. Moises Caicedo. Fernandez. Oh, that's a fine save. Can someone get on the end of this? Well, nearly. really shaving the post with that header. Guimaraes. Bruno Guimaraes. Isaac. Promising move this from Newcastle. "20 minutes to go in this one. He's going to have a go here. Well, the shot seemed like a good option, but goalkeeper's ball. Joelinton. Guimaraes. Trippier now. Take it away.
Well, as you can see, Chelsea have dominated the last 15 minutes. They're creating plenty of chances and looking a constant threat. You feel they have to take the lead at some point with this sort of domination.
Well, first they have a bit of defending to do. Good-looking ball. Trippier. He's got the score! Able to close down the shot. Well, credit to him for the challenge, and a throw-in conceded. Palmer. Well, the flag has gone up here. Offside it is. Joelinton. On the attack as there to be late excitement. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Jacob Murphy. Isaac. Oh, it's a really well-timed challenge. Jackson. It's a weighted pass. But no. Just offside.
Well, it was close, and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
5 minutes to go. Trippier. Isaac. And Chelsea regaining possession. Plenty of support here.
Well, the atmosphere is so tense inside the bridge, but can Chelsea find that moment of magic to win this game? The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to them.
So much focus within the team, and completely focused on winning the game now. Well, it came to nothing in the end. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Tino Livramento. Dicing with a bit of danger here. And there's the whistle. The tension is palpable and you can understand why. Two high-level sides about Arsenal and Chelsea, who took part in the very first Football League First Division match between two London clubs. That was back in 1907 in front of 65,000. They're about to meet here at the Emirates. I'm Derek Ray on the gantry and Stuart Robson is next to me. Stuart, this ought to be special.
Well, it should be, Derek. It's a rivalry that's really grown in recent times, but one that has provided some excellent games. Let's hope it doesn't disappoint today.
Here are the starters for Arsenal. Martin Ødegaard plays alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 with two out-and-out wingers, but they do vary their movement. They give width, but they also make diagonal runs infield when the ball's on the opposite flank. Their performances will be key today.
Oh, good-looking run. Well, he must get rid of the ball. A very good tackle. And he's hit it with authority. Goalkeeper doing his job, getting the touch. And he's fired over the corner and taking care of the situation. And he's made headway. And goes for goal. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Fernandes. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Well, a shot from miles out. Well, I'll tell you what, surprising everyone by taking on the shot from that range.
Yeah, that was certainly a good effort from that sort of distance. Really struck it cleanly.
Chelsea have it back now. Palmer with it. Madueke. And Chelsea looking dangerous. Decides to shoot. Ball is loose. Oh, chance taken. There is opportunism for you, but a disappointed goalkeeper. Great vision to switch the play. Declan Rice. Thomas Partey. Kivior. Partey. Jakub Kivior. William Saliba. And here's Saliba. Plenty of support here. But they took care of the situation defensively. Pedro Neto. Gusto. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Oh, good run this. Now what can he do with it? Trossard. Able to close down the shot. Now Chelsea showing good width. And the shot. Great defending. Martin Ødegaard. Gabriel Martinelli. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Oh, that's an interesting pass. A smart shot here. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. And a long way out here. Managed to get it out of there. Nicely timed tackle. Now, options are plenty. Arsenal couldn't keep the ball.
Well, Chelsea have controlled the last 15 minutes and have been threatening with it. Surely it's only a matter of time before they get another.
It's a fierce effort! Oh, he could have added to their advantage.
Well, it was a decent...
Oh, goodness, what's the keeper doing? Oh, a goal! It's gone in! The goalkeeper doesn't want to see a playback of that ever again. Kivior. Rice with it. Jakub Kivior. Martin Ødegaard. Martinelli. Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Arsenal pushing forward with options available. It's come off the keeper. Well, able to survive that attacking push. Madueke. Cucurella. Noni Madueke. Pedro Neto. Malo Gusto. Well, an attempt almost from a different postcode and not very far away.
Well, from that sort of range, that's a very decent effort.
And there it is. Well, off and running again, and it was a sublime performance by Chelsea in the first half. Will we see more of the same in the second 45? Fernandes. Pedro Neto. Well, keeping hold of the ball is what it's all about for them.
Well, the crowd are certainly not happy. Their team is being totally outplayed here. They're just being passed around far too easily.
He has teammates around him, but they dealt with the threat posed. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline, so a throw in here. Well, Chelsea being afforded too much space here. Ideal for the goalkeeper, for any keeper. Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Trossard. Can he get one back? Oh, a challenge that simply had to be won. Advantage, Arsenal. Trossard. Ødegaard. Good work from Chelsea to win back possession. And possibilities here. Oh, good strike. Oh, really hit with venom and off the woodwork.
Oh, that's a great shot. He just hit it with such power. I'm not sure the keeper would have got that, you know.
Palmer. Danger averted. Now Chelsea in a position of menace. And just wide of the post. Decent effort there.
Well, I have to say, Chelsea have been a joy to watch today. Just look at those stats. They've been in complete control of this game.
Ødegaard. An alert piece of defending. You know, Chelsea have an awful lot of space. A fine block. Can he finish? the volley.
Well, he'll be frustrated with that finish. That was a big opportunity there.
Thomas Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Arsenal unable to retain possession. Decisive pass. Fancies it. Well, just over the crossbar. Excellent effort. Bukayo Saka. And quick thinking defensively. Martin Ødegaard. Jackson on the ball. This looks interesting. But he must get rid of the ball. Huge block. Declan Rice. Making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. Teammates available. Really nice ball. Just needs to steady himself. And not cleared away properly. In it goes! And the second time of asking. And the keeper feels hung out to dry. Timber. Good ball to switch the play. Chelsea losing possession. Saka. Well, the outcome is a free kick here. He'll take this on. Well, you saw that he was trying with that free kick, but the goalkeeper had it covered all the way. Let's see about the delivery. And the problem not completely solved. And goes for goal! And off the woodwork. And you might say rather unlucky given the degree of difficulty involved.
Well, what a goal that would have been. That's a brilliant strike.
Beautiful pass. Well, it comes down to the final 5 minutes. And Chelsea come away with it. Giving it a real go in the wide area. Could be. That is how to keep it out of the net. So 2 minutes to be added on at the end. That's a lovely ball. Trossard. And return to Saka. Will it be? Oh, a brilliantly timed tackle when it really mattered. So the referee's whistle means... the battle, ready to bring their skills to the pitch. And to the many... Hello and welcome to the northeast of England. We're here at St James's Park. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner here on the gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It's Newcastle United, and they take on Arsenal.
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
And here's the Newcastle formation. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali. Is it going to be a goal in the early stages? Precisely what they had been planning. Fabian Schär. It's Dan Burn. And on the ball is Schär. Tonali with it. Trippier. Fabian Schär. And fine work from Arsenal to win it back. Jacob Murphy. And danger averted. Well read. Saka. Ødegaard. Oh, he's gone for goal. Oh, he's missed the chance to extend their advantage.
Well, it was a decent effort, but not quite good enough to extend their lead.
Murphy. Isaac. Bruno Guimaraes. Opportunity. And it's a goal. Level again. What a match this is turning out to be. Partey. Urian Timber. And here's Saliba. Timber. Kivior. Bukayo Saka. Partey. Urian Timber. Thomas Partey. Now in possession, Trossard. Saka. Well, it's a very attractive passing sequence. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Burn. Tonali with it. Tino Livramento. Sandro Tonali. It's Dan Burn. Tonali with it. It's with Joelinton. Joelinton. Sandro Tonali. Opportunity to deliver the cross. And space for him to cut in. Harvey Barnes. And will it be the leveller? They just couldn't stay in front. And now this match is all square. Jakub Kivior. Martin Ødegaard. William Saliba. Thomas Partey. Bukayo Saka. Burn. Guimaraes. Trippier now. Fabian Schär. Trippier. Bruno Guimaraes. The Magpies looking creative. Chance to play it in. Very effective pass. And it's with Isak. Tremendous challenge. Martin Ødegaard. Jakub Kivior. Partey. Martinelli. Oh, that's fine defensive play. Plenty of support here. And it's with Isak. And a chance for the lead. Well, going for power, but what can you say about it, really? Not great. Martin Ødegaard. Now in possession, Trossard. He's spot on with that challenge. Barnes. How about the cross? Well, the first half. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Byrne. Tino Livramento. Tonali with it. Livramento. Nick Pope. Sandro Tonali. And teammates around him. Tino Livramento. Tonali with it. It looks promising. It did look on for them, but not to be. Might be a chance to break. But timely defending when it mattered. Isak. And he keeps going. Trippier. Isak. And a very good challenge. Trossard. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
Sandro Tonali. Murphy. Arsenal doing well to regain possession. Rice. And here's Martinelli. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. It will be Arsenal's corner as they try to nudge in front in this game. Opportunity here. And a goal to re-establish their advantage. Just look at the celebrations. Joe Lincoln. Tonali with it. Livramento. Sandro Tonali. Tino Livramento. Tonali with it. Livramento. Sandro Tonali. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. And it's with Isak. Very quick thinking there. Could be a chance to break here. Rice. Decides to shoot. And that's a very good parry. Corner to Arsenal. What can they do with this one? Taken short. Rice. And he takes it away. And into the last 20 minutes. Might be able to get in behind the defence. And defensive play to be applauded. Out of play. Newcastle throw in forthcoming. And a chance to whip it in here. Well, this could really help the cause. A good and fair challenge. Teammates available. Has a go. It's still alive. But it just petered out. 15 minutes left for play.
Well, that save could be the turning point here, because they've been second best all over the pitch up to now.
And keeping the ball out of their own net can lift confidence throughout the side. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Trossard. Return to Odegaard. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Declan Rice. And a body in the way.
Well, what a brilliant atmosphere we've got here. These Newcastle fans deserve an equaliser, that's for sure.
Real chance. How about this for drama? All even once more. Astonishing. Kivior. William Saliba. Partey. With Odegaard. Thomas Partey. Jakub Kivior. Partey. Rice with it. Thomas Partey. It's with Odegaard. William Saliba. Kivior. Partey. Well, the electronic board showing one additional minute. And with the teams locked together, Arsenal chasing and chasing that winner. They cannot be set. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and welcome to one of the most atmospheric venues in the game of football, St James's Park. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting next to me here on the commentary gantry is the former Arsenal and West Ham United midfield man, Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It's Newcastle United taking on Chelsea.
Well, they've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
match is underway. So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. And this is the initial 11 for the visitors today.
Well, the two wide players are great in 1v1 situations, and their movement is also very good. But it's the midfield three that will need to control the flow of the game.
Murphy. Newcastle in a potentially dangerous position. Isak. Great opportunity. And a goal! An early boost for them. The first goal of the game. They're off and running. Cucurella. Chalobah. Moises Caicedo. Gusto. Fernandes. Noni Madueke. Using space on the opposite flank now. Caicedo. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Guimaraes. And on the ball is Cher. Trippier. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Joelinton. Newcastle moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Bruno Guimaraes. On a pretty ordinary challenge. Harvey Barnes. Can he take the chance? And the keeper there to deal with it. It's a good-looking ball. And a loss of concentration. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. Corner kick played in. Disappointing delivery, sailing over everyone in the middle. Well, behind for another corner. And dealing with the danger. And the Magpies finding space on the flank. Livramento. And on to Barnes. Can he make it count? Oh, denied by the post. And a time for composure on the ball.
Well, had that got in, Chelsea would be in big trouble. Can that now inspire them to turn things around here?
Oh, might be. A strong hand on the ball. And passing it well.
Well, Newcastle have completely bossed the game in the last 15 minutes, and with it have created some great openings. They certainly look as though they get another before too long.
Yes, it's going to plan, and they might be able to carve out another chance. In position! And he put it away! Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Pedro Neto. Moises Caicedo. Neto. Attacking possibilities for Chelsea, but they dealt with the threat posed. Joelinton. Trippier. Well, possibilities in the centre. And it might be. And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Harvey Barnes. Textbook defending inside the box. Jackson on the ball. Well, it could be on for him here. Well, it's gone in. A goal for Chelsea, who now are level. Joelinton. It's Dan Burn. Fabian Schär. Livramento. Burn. Guimaraes. Trippier now. Bruno Guimaraes. Keeping it moving dynamically. Well, far from textbook defending. Harvey Barnes. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. It has to be. And a goal to re-establish their advantage. Just look at the celebration. Underway once more into the second half. And from a Chelsea point of view, it's all about battling back. Caicedo. Neto. Fernandes. Gusto. Enzo Fernandez. Top-class defending. Harvey Barnes. Will it happen for them? Joelinton. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Palmer. Moises Caicedo. Gusto. Palmer. Caicedo. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, it's been an incredible performance from him. Clearly the difference between the two sides. Obviously the goals, but his movement too. He's causing the backline all sorts of headaches. He'll no doubt be desperate to grab the hat-trick now.
Well, possession is the watchword inside their own territory. Bruno Guimaraes. Trippier. Good-looking sequence, this. Harvey Barnes. Will he find the net? A wild effort it was, and probably the less said about it, the better. In a decent position now. Trippier. A chance to whip it in. Oh, left his man behind here. Fernandes. Pedro Neto. This looks promising. Enzo Fernandez. Will he play it in? The routine save.
Well, no surprise there. Chelsea haven't done enough going forward. And unless they improve quickly, this will be a frustrating day for them.
Well, they have the ball now. Let's see what they can come up with. Jacob Murphy. Trippier now. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Joelinton. Can he put it in? And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick. Absolutely unplayable today. What a performance. Trevor Chalobah. Malo Gusto. Pedro Neto. And the pass not finding its target. Jacob Murphy. And on the ball is Scher. Dan Burn. Fine sequence of passes. 15 minutes left for play. Fabian Scher. Trippier now. Guimaraes. And it's with Isaac. Oh, great vision. And making the run to the inside. Guimaraes. And options in the centre. It might be on for them. Well, what can they do to stop him running at them? Angles it back. It's a perfect challenge. Well, nearing the end of the game, and Newcastle in cruise control.
Well, they've controlled most of the game, haven't they? Their 1- and 2-touch passing has been sharp, the movement's been bright, and they've scored some good goals. They just need to keep their concentration through to the final whistle.
Fine cross into the middle. And a time for calm on the ball. And so into the final 5 minutes. And he's in. And a goal! They've cut into the lead! It's not settled yet! Trippier. It's Dan Burn. Fabian Scher. Guimaraes. Well, you can absolutely sense the frustration growing in the opposition camp. They can't get near the ball. Bruno Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. Can he play it in? Trippier. Can he finish them off? He's done it! What a climax to this game! So the current scoreline, 4-2. And there goes the final whistle.
Two sides ready to give it their all in what promises to be 90 minutes of end-to-end football. Stay with us for every kick of the ball.
It's blue versus red in London today. I'm Guy Mowbray with Sue Smith alongside me for commentary, and we're live at Stamford Bridge for Chelsea versus Arsenal.
Well, you can't beat the London derby. Just listen to that atmosphere. And Chelsea have had some big results over the years. The biggest, I think, was 6-0 here. I'm sure they'd love that scoreline again.
This is how Arsenal line up. Gabriel Martinelli starts with Bukayo Saka out wide, and they'll play with a lone striker up front. Gusto. Enzo Fernandez. This is great to see, and now needs an end product. And that's pretty straightforward for the keeper. Partey. Saka. Ødegaard. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Good vision to switch the play. Able to skip past. Oh, great block. Arsenal with acres of space to attack. And the promise of something happening is over. Midfield possession a key part of the game. Right now, no part of this game. Leandro Trossard. And that will keep the attack moving nicely. A decent move looked to be building, but that's it for now. That looks like a good advantage played. And play is brought back now for the free kick to be taken. Well read to gain possession. Why not moments, and we've just seen why not.
I'm not sure why he's gone for goal there, Guy. It's the wrong option. No accuracy on that whatsoever.
Read the pass well and cuts it out. And it's gone over the bar. It was asking just a bit too much from that far out. Martin Ødegaard. Arsenal with width here. And he'll take this on. Well watched by the goalkeeper, and not one for the highlights. Could turn out to be a really good ball. The chances won't come too much better than that. Partey. Leandro Trossard. Goes for goal! Well, he went for power and got plenty of it, but it's whistled over the bar. Noni Madueke. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. This looks promising from Chelsea. So far out, it didn't appear to be the best option. Close, though.
Well, he surprised everyone, including me. It's a decent effort, you've got to say.
Martinelli. Played to Martinelli. Partey. He tried his luck all right, and it's gone too high. Malo Gusto. Pedro Neto. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Breaking at pace. This could be dangerous. Great chance here. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. having a try. Excellent work in goal there, well saved.
Well, you sense it's just a matter of time before they do score here. Certainly piling the pressure on now. Really should be ahead.
Arsenal have a corner now. Could get themselves in front with the right ball in. It was a great chance, but great defending too. Rice to take the lead. And it's in. It's no longer goalless. There's the opener. Fernandez. That's not a bad-looking ball. In the right position to cut out the pass. Pedro Neto. Noni Madueke. Mark Cucurella. Good work from Arsenal to win back possession. Well, speculative effort. No need to worry about that effort for the keeper. And we're nearly there for the first half. And it's finally poised, Sue. Are they deservedly in front?
Yeah, well, maybe a little fortunate to be ahead, really. They've had to do their fair share of defending. Just have to keep their focus now over these final few minutes.
Oh, that was a pretty good effort.
I thought that was going to be the equaliser there. It wasn't far away. Not a bad attempt, that guy.
Declan Rice. Timber. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. And that will do it for the first half. As the second half starts, it's advantage Arsenal, but this is far from over yet. Partey. On to Odegaard. William Saliba. Now Partey. Rice. Here's William Saliba. Thomas Partey. Leandro Trossard. Wasteful from Arsenal. Saka. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. That has stopped any potential danger. A lot of room out wide for Chelsea. Players waiting in the centre. He'll take this on. And that was hit from some distance and didn't miss by a great deal.
Didn't. He's certainly full of confidence, and to attempt the shot from there, that was close.
Thomas Partey. On to Rice. Leandro Trossard. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Now there could be a chance to counter. Here's the shot. And he's asked plenty of questions of the back line. Certainly been difficult to contain.
Yeah, he's had a really productive first half. He gave his side the lead with a tidy finish, but it's his all-round play that's been so good too. Hopefully we'll see more of that in the second half.
Switched on and ready to intercept there. Rice. Arsenal regaining possession. Promising looking attack building here for Arsenal. But able to deal with the danger decisively, well defended. A superb volley.
Mark Cucurella.
And that's been overdone. It's gone out of play. Partey. Now Saliba. Rice. Happy to just keep the ball in their own half. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. Arsenal trying to get things moving. And that's where it ends. Allowed to go a long way with this. And he's done really well to keep that out. And now it will be a corner for Chelsea. That's gone straight, and that has fair rattled the crossbar.
Well, he certainly connected with that. Plenty of power in the shot. Really unlucky not to score.
Leandro Trossard. Onto Bukayo Saka. Chelsea have it back now. Noni Madueke. That's well watched and blocked. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Real opportunity. Leandro Trossard. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Composure now. It's in. Now have they got the belief and the time to get another? We could give it away here. Odegaard. Well, maybe a bit of game management here. Time starting to ebb away. Thomas Partey. Onto Odegaard. Partey. Perfectly anticipated. Really well won. Enzo Fernandez. Well, still pushing forward in search of the equaliser. Why not moments, and we've just seen why not.
I'm not sure why he's gone for goal there, Guy. It's the wrong option. No accuracy on that whatsoever.
Martin Odegaard. Played for Martinelli. Arsenal showing good width here. Have the space to whip it in here. And it's all over with the...
building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. An atmosphere of excitement and anticipation here in North London at the home of Arsenal. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It's Arsenal up against Newcastle United.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
And the game begins. And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. Declan Rice starts alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And here's the Newcastle formation. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Firing it towards goal! Well, it could have been a better effort, and I think we were all expecting it would be. Sandro Tonali. Livramento. Tonali with it. Well read to win possession back. An encouraging Arsenal move. That was pushed well away from danger. Joelinton, plenty of support here. Could be dangerous, but how well he did to cut that one out. Isak. Harvey Barnes. It did look on for them, but not to be. Trossard. Harvey Barnes. And possession lost, intercepted. Trossard. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. And Newcastle pushing forward with options available. Oh, great attacking play. Joelinton. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Can he find the right pass? Plastered away. Good idea. A chance to whip it in. Gabriel Martinelli. Rice, able to block it. Joelinton. Chance to cross. Still pushing for the goal that would put them ahead, but not forcing it. Isaac. Can he finish? Goalkeeper dealt with it. But he's gone short with it. Trippier. Cutting the ball back. And there it is! The opening goal! 1-0, and they'll feel they deserve it. William Saliba. Thomas Partey. And here's Saliba. Declan Rice. Martin Ødegaard. And Arsenal unable to retain possession. Dan Burn. Well, they're a bit like a passing machine, and you can understand why they want to play it that way, in front as they are. Guimarães. Sandro Tonali. It's with Joelinton. Livramento. And the Magpies failing to keep the ball. That's a good pass. Effectively carried away by the keeper. Guimarães.
Well, it's certainly been a struggle for Arsenal, but that was a chance to draw level. Credit to the keeper, though. What a great save that was.
Yes, in the mood to exert more pressure. Rice. Top-class defending. And he's hit it with authority. Goodness gracious me! How about that for technique? You can't strike them much better than that. Fabian Schär. Tonali with it. Tino Livramento. And there we have. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Sandro Tonali. Tino Livramento. It's with Joelinton. Tonali with it. Guimarães. Trippier now. Sandro Tonali. Well, a failure to keep the ball by Newcastle. Saka. Ødegaard. Well, that effort was always going wide. He's not going to be best pleased with himself. Guimarães. Here's Isaac. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Harvey Barnes. Can they forge ahead? Trossard. Now perhaps they can counter from here. Opportunity. It was going to be the goalkeeper's ball. And a more than satisfactory first half showing from Martin Ødegaard. Sum up his performance for us.
Well, Derek, he plugged away in that first half, making run after run without too much success.
A goal here! Giving his team precisely what they were looking for. Now he deserves to celebrate it. Sandro Tonali. Fabian Schär. Tonali with it. Dan Burn. Showing good patience. They're trying to take their time, but not enough care on the ball. Timber. Well, we have 30 minutes to go. Fine build-up as they look to add to their advantage. Well, as he hit that one, it looked as though it had a chance. Sandro Tonali. Dangerous looking attack. And it's with Isaac. Surely the equaliser. No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. William Saliba. Timber. Thomas Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Yuri and Timber. Partey. Now in possession, Trossard. Timber. And here's Saliba. Arsenal couldn't keep the ball. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. Sandro Tonali. And the Magpies moving the ball forward with purpose. Well, that's not watertight defending. Isaac. Harvey Barnes. Might go ahead. He can't hold on to it. Sandro Tonali. Well, he's certainly not alone. Must take the lead here. It could be up for grabs. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Bodies forward and the break looks on. Can they keep it going? And danger still. Well, it comes to nothing in the end.
Well, I thought that was the game. Fantastic work by the keeper just to keep them in this.
Well, on the back of that breathtaking piece of goalkeeping, can they keep the ball and create? It has to be! Oh, that's a fine save.
Well, Arsenal have to get the ball forward quickly now. The crowd are demanding just that little bit more effort. What a finish we've got on our hands here.
Bruno Guimaraes. This looks interesting. Joelinton. Harvey Barnes. Can he open the door to a potential goal? And a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama, and now they're in front. Kivior. And here's Saliba. Timber. In a decent position now. Byrne. Tonali with it. Time and the scoreline against Arsenal. But still they're in this. Trossard. On to Partey. Well, nothing productive really. The pressure was high and they could be in here. Oh, good work by the keeper. And that is all for this game.